Before the sun crowned the sea, Constantinople exhaled in silence. The Bosphorus glowed faintly under a soft veil of mist, stretching between continents like a quiet oath. Marble towers, streaked with age and soot, caught the first light and reflected it in fragments, off domes, minarets, weathered columns, and chipped icons nestled in alcoves above arched doorways. The city woke slowly, not with clamour, but with reverence. Iron bells rang low in the eastern quarter, their sound echoing across stone plazas still wet from night dew. Cats slinked between market stalls not yet opened. In the distance, the muezzin's voice rose and fell like wind on water, weaving through streets where Latin, Greek, and Turkish prayers had once mingled without conflict. A fisherman by the harbour pulled in his net with hands cut by salt and years. He paused, not for rest, but to watch the surface of the water. It held no answers, only the reflection of towers that had stood since his grandfather's youth and would, he assumed, outlast his own. Shutters cracked open. The smell of yeast, iron, and old incense drifted into the alleys. Across tiled rooftops, pigeons took flight as a priest lit a candle behind stained glass and whispered a name. No voice spoke of endings, but something unspoken moved beneath the rhythm, something that did not belong to men. The western edge of the city rose like a monument to defiance. The Theodosian walls, 3 layers of limestone, brick, and hidden mortar, had held back armies, empires, and plagues. Even now, in the still morning, they loomed without apology, a spine of stone stretching from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn, older than most kingdoms still breathing. Moss crawled through the cracks where time had gnawed, but the towers remained, battered, yes, but standing. Sentinels with no sleep, no surrender. Watchmen paced slowly along the parapets, eyes on the horizon, where the Anatolian hills lay faint and blue under the warming sky. They spoke little. There was nothing new to say. Below them, the Golden Horn mirrored the soft light of dawn, broken only by the silhouettes of anchored ships, merchant vessels with furled sails, and small galleys resting like insects on glass. Wooden pilings jutted from the banks, tied with ropes worn smooth by years of wind and war. To the south, the Sea of Marmara moved with a gentle pulse. No crashing surf, just the steady push of water against the harbour stones, like a heart beating beneath marble skin. Children chased one another along the seawall while their mothers washed clothes in silence. Behind them, a line of priests wound through a garden, robes trailing in the dust, heading toward a monastery perched just above the shoreline. The chants they sang were old, older than the city's name, older even than the empire it guarded. From the walls to the water, Constantinople did not brace. It breathed. Even in its stillness, Constantinople carried the sound of centuries. There were places where the marble had worn smooth beneath the weight of forgotten processions. Pillars once wrapped in purple banners stood bare now, their inscriptions softened by wind and ash. A faded triumphal arch at the edge of the forum leaned just slightly to one side, not from collapse, but from the quiet gravity of time. The past was not preserved here, it was lived in. A laundress filled her pail from a fountain carved by craftsmen who died before Charlemagne was born. A baker lit his oven beneath stones salvaged from a palace that no longer had a name. The layers of empire lay stacked beneath every footstep, silent and unmarked. A statue of Justinian still watched over the square, arm extended as if commanding the earth itself. Pigeons gathered on his crown, undisturbed. The pedestal was cracked, the Latin worn to suggestion, but the shadow it cast still stretched across the stones when the sun passed low, as it always had. Inside the churches, the walls whispered. Mosaics glimmered faintly in the candlelight, kings, saints, martyrs, all staring outward with the same expressionless gaze, untouched by the passing of language, of rulers, of borders. Their eyes held no judgment, only memory. Every cracked tile, every crumbling seal seemed to echo with something older than grief. Not sorrow, but recognition. This city had seen greatness, had ruled worlds, had buried emperors and lit revolutions. Now it stood quietly, not seeking reverence, only the dignity of being known. The city did not hurry. It did not chase the future, nor plead for the past to return. It simply was. Shadows crept slowly across the plazas, cast by buildings whose foundations had been set by hands long buried. Ivy threaded through cracks in archways that had once framed emperors in triumph, and now framed only drifting dust and the occasional watchful cat. Lanterns hung from rusted hooks, swaying just slightly in the breeze, their flames unlit until evening prayers. Time moved here differently, without pressure, without threat. One could stand at the edge of the hippodrome and hear no roar of crowds, yet still feel their echo in the stones. Across the way, the shattered spine of an obelisk rose into the sky, its tip broken, its purpose forgotten. It no longer pointed to victory, it pointed to endurance. An old woman sat on the edge of a step, shelling walnuts into a copper bowl. A boy raced past her with a carved wooden sword, chasing ghosts he could not name. Neither seemed to notice the age of the stones beneath them. To them, the city was not ancient. It was home. But beneath the daily stillness, something fragile stirred, the kind of silence that arrives not by choice, but in anticipation. Not fear, no one dared speak of fear, but something like the weight of held breath. Far beyond the city, in the dust of another empire, drums had begun to sound. The people of Constantinople had not yet heard them, but the earth had. They said the city would end as it began, with a man named Constantine upon the throne. It was not just coincidence. To the people of Constantinople, it felt like architecture written into time itself. In the 4th century, the first Constantine had carved the city into the bones of Byzantium and named it after himself. He envisioned a Christian Rome on the edge of the East, a capital that would outlast marble and sword. And for a time, it had. Now, over 1,000 years later, another Constantine sat on the imperial throne, an emperor without an empire, a ruler of walls and memory. Constantine the 11th Palaiologos was no tyrant, no visionary prophet. He was simply a man who refused to abandon the city that had made him. There were those who whispered that the name was a sign, that history did not move in lines, but in circles, that fate would not allow a different ending. In the churches, old men muttered the prophecy as they traced the cross against their chests. On the docks, soldiers joked about it with half smiles that never reached their eyes. The emperor himself never spoke of it, not in public, but those closest to him knew. He had read the same texts, heard the same chants, and still he rose each morning, placed his hand on the hilt of a sword far older than him, and walked the same halls that once echoed with the footsteps of Justinian and Theodora. He did not rule a people, he guarded a symbol, and symbols, when cornered, can hold more weight than armies. Long after the Western Empire crumbled, the fire of Rome still burned here. Not in palaces or parades, but in parchment, in law, in ritual. Constantinople had carried the torch, alone, while the old world fractured and reassembled itself around feudal crowns and forgotten roads. The Senate no longer gathered, but its procedures lived on in dusty chambers. Latin had vanished from the streets, yet its echo clung to certain prayers, certain scrolls too sacred to be rewritten. The scholars still copied ancient texts by hand, not to share, but to preserve, as if the mere act of transcription could resist the pull of oblivion. Church and state had fused into a singular body. Emperors were crowned beneath the golden dome of Hagia Sophia, not as monarchs, but as guardians of divine order. Their laws bore seals marked with both eagle and cross, and their edicts echoed through regions that had never seen their face. Byzantium had been more than a kingdom. It had been a bridge between East and West, between the earthly and the divine. The philosophy of Plato, the theology of Paul, the mathematics of the East, all passed through its veins like blood through a living empire. The world beyond had changed. Florence painted saints with human eyes. Paris had turned steel into scripture. Even Rome herself was ruled by another hand now, one more spiritual than sovereign. But in Constantinople, the old fire still flickered. Diminished, yes, but never extinguished. It was the last lamp in a world gone dim, and those who remained here tended to it with hands that had known both glory and ash. Constantinople did not belong to one people. It never had. It had been Thracian before it was Roman, Roman before it was Christian, Christian before it was Greek, and through every transformation, it had absorbed and outlasted those who thought they had claimed it. The stones beneath its streets had heard the languages of Persians, Goths, Arabs, Bulgars, Venetians. Some had come to trade, others had come to burn. All had left something behind. There were places in the city where you could see it, walls built atop older walls, arches resting on forgotten columns, mosaics layered over iconoclast scars. Even the churches carried the marks of conquest and compromise. Candles burned where torches once hung. Beneath some chapels, ruins of older temples still rested in the dark, untouched but not forgotten. The city had been besieged more times than memory could hold, by chariots, by cavalry, by crossbow and flame. And yet it endured, not because it was impregnable, but because it adapted. It bent like a tree and rooted deeper every time a storm passed. Even now, as rumours swirled of new armies rising in the east, the people of Constantinople spoke of their walls as though they were a promise, as though the past would protect them one more time. But the city was not naive. Beneath the bravado, it remembered every siege, every betrayal. It knew that banners changed faster than stones eroded. What it had learned over centuries was not how to resist invasion, but how to survive it. They lived side by side, but they did not see the same city. The old men sat near the fountains, shaded by fig trees that had outgrown their stone planters. They wore robes faded by sun and salt, and spoke in measured tones about things that no longer mattered to anyone but them, about emperors no child remembered, about wars that never reached their neighborhood, about miracles that had slipped from scripture into rumor. They remembered the Latin chants, the old hymns before the language softened into something local. Some still bore the scars of the last siege or of the riots that followed it. Their eyes scanned the sky not with fear, but with recognition, always measuring the color of the clouds, the way the wind moved, as if reading signs written on the skin of the world. The children, meanwhile, played among the ruins as if they were part of a game board. They leapt from broken columns, turned discarded tiles into shields, and gave the statues names of heroes from stories barely half remembered. They knew the city only as it was now, cracked, quiet, permanent. They did not fear its fall because they could not imagine it ever ending. A grandfather watched his grandson trace his finger along an inscription that once honored a Caesar. The boy asked what it said. The man didn't answer, not because he didn't know, but because the answer no longer changed anything. The past was not an echo in Constantine's mind. It was a presence. It moved beside him through the palace halls, silent but impossibly loud. Every corridor had hosted men greater than him. Every stone he stepped on had been part of a triumph he could not replicate. He wore the purple robes, but their color had faded. He sat on a throne whose legs had been mended with iron pins. Even his crown had been reworked from older diadems, jewels borrowed from forgotten victories. The empire he ruled no longer stretched across continents. It barely stretched across the city. But the rituals remained. The palace guards still saluted with solemn precision. The court scribes still wrote decrees with curled lettering on vellum, even if they never left the capital. The imperial banner still fluttered above the gates, though few beyond them still knew its meaning. He did not speak often of Rome, not the one they had lost in the West, not the one imagined by poets. But he felt it every morning when he walked the upper battlements, gazing out at the Bosphorus as if waiting for the impossible, reinforcements that would never come, or perhaps the turning back of time. In private, he prayed not for victory, but for clarity, for the strength to stand inside a crumbling myth and not look away. He was not trying to rewrite history, he was trying not to be buried by it, and in that, he bore more weight than any emperor before him. There were places in the city where the light never quite reached the floor. In the oldest chapels, behind heavy wooden doors and iron hinges older than the empire itself, the air hung still with the weight of 1,000 prayers. Dust drifted like ash in the slant of candlelight. Icons lined the walls, faces worn smooth by centuries of touch, eyes faded from gold to shadow, and beneath their gaze, the faithful whispered things not found in scripture. It was not heresy, it was memory. Monks spoke in hushed tones of visions passed down from elder to novice, dreams of winged armies, of a veiled city, of an emperor vanishing into marble as the last bell tolled. Old women lit candles for saints who had no names, muttering verses older than the Nicene Creed. The walls of the churches seemed to absorb these murmurs, holding them close, never echoing them back. In one cloister, a nun had been silent for years. They said she hadn't spoken since the last eclipse, only wrote fragments of ancient Greek onto the backs of discarded manuscripts. Her pages were stacked beneath the altar, unread, but never burned. It was in these spaces that the prophecy lived, not as doctrine, but as presence. The belief that Constantinople would fall, only to rise again in the hour of its greatest darkness. That an emperor would vanish, not die. That stone itself would wait, patient, for resurrection. Few believed it outright, but none dismissed it aloud. Because in this city, even silence had memory, and sometimes memory could speak louder than sound. He did not speak of destiny, but he wore it like armor. Before the sun touched the domes of Hagia Sophia, before the bells stirred the sleeping districts, Constantine moved alone through a side corridor of the Blashenai Palace. The guards did not follow. They had learned not to. At the end of the passage, half hidden behind a veil of creeping moss and worn mosaic, stood a chapel smaller than most merchant homes. Its doors creaked with the kind of sound that had not changed in centuries. Inside, it was cool, silent. The scent of melted wax mixed with stone dust and the fading memory of incense. An oil lamp burned softly near the altar, flickering against the blackened faces of saints whose names had long since vanished from common tongues. Their halos, once radiant, had dulled to bronze. Their eyes were wide, calm, watching. The emperor removed his gloves, folded them with deliberate care, and knelt. He did not pray aloud. He never did. His words belonged to no priest, no scribe. He asked not for deliverance, but for the strength to stand beneath the weight he carried. Not the city itself, though that would be enough to crush most men, but the burden of memory, of symbol, of prophecy that swirled through every whisper of his name. He had read them all, the visions, the eclipses, the warnings that spoke of an emperor named Constantine who would fall with the city and vanish without a grave. He did not know whether they were true, but he could not pretend they did not exist. He left the chapel only when the light changed, when the shadows shortened and duty demanded his voice. No trace of weariness touched his face when he rejoined his court. But in private, his silence grew heavier by the day. Even those who did not believe in prophecy looked twice at the sky that spring. The stars above Constantinople had always held significance, charted by scholars, invoked by priests, and feared by generals. But in the weeks leading up to the siege, they began to shimmer with strange intensity, as if some unseen current had stirred the heavens themselves. The air at night felt thick, charged with something that could not be named. It began with the moon. On the night of May 22nd, a lunar eclipse darkened the sky above the city. Witnesses described the moon turning the color of rust, hovering low above the rooftops like a bloodied coin. Bells rang across the capital, not to mark the hour, but because no one knew what else to do. Crowds gathered silently in open courtyards, faces tilted skyward, lips moving with prayers too quiet to share. Some wept, others turned their backs, unable to look. The next morning, rumors spread that a halo had appeared around the sun, a pale ring of fire that clung to the sky at noon, lingering like a crown on the edge of vanishing. Some said it was a sign of divine protection. Others took it as proof the heavens were closing in. Birds changed their patterns. Dogs howled through the night in quarters that were usually calm. Even the horses in the imperial stables grew restless, refusing food, their eyes wide with something deeper than fear. The city's clerics urged calm, but their voices were brittle. The emperor gave no public reaction, but his gaze lingered longer on the horizon each morning, watching the skies as if waiting for something to speak. And above it all, the clouds passed silently, carrying their secrets west. They carried the icons as if the wood itself could hold back the storm. From the smallest parishes to the great doors of Hagia Sophia, the faithful gathered in hushed silence, their footsteps slow and deliberate on the worn stone roads. The air was thick with wax smoke and cold incense. Even the youngest children, sensing the gravity in their parents' voices, walked without complaint. Candles passed from hand to hand, flames flickering in the wind that crept in from the sea. Above them, banners stitched with the faces of saints rustled like sails from a ship no longer anchored to time. The icons, aged panels of painted sorrow, were lifted onto tired shoulders, kissed once and raised again. Some bore splinters in their sides, some still smelled faintly of ash from fires long past. There were no speeches, no declarations, only a tide of prayer moving through the city like a slow current. At every corner, citizens fell in line, bakers, dockhands, merchants, scribes, all whispering the same refrains, even if the words had lost their meaning. This wasn't belief in victory, it was belief in memory, in ritual, in the idea that repetition itself might keep the city from unraveling. Priests walked barefoot, nuns wept softly. A mother held a candle in one hand and her sleeping child in the other. Somewhere along the northern gate, a blind man traced the wall with his fingertips, mouthing every name he could remember. As they passed beneath the gates, toward the outer districts, the silence grew deeper, not from fear, but from reverence. They were not marching to change fate, they were marching to meet it with dignity. And in the soft glow of their flickering candles, the city looked for a moment whole. The prayers never stopped, but they changed. In the earliest days, they had been prayers for protection, firm, defiant, full of expectation. Invocations of saints known to intervene, of angels who had once turned back armies. But as the nights lengthened and the sounds beyond the walls grew closer, the language of faith grew quieter, simpler. The prayers no longer reached for miracles, they reached for mercy. Some lit candles twice a day instead of once. Others began fasting without speaking of it. The baker in the 3rd district no longer sang while kneading his bread. The priest who had once delivered his homilies with thunder now spoke in a hush, as if afraid the stones might hear and remember his doubt. Inside the homes, relics were touched more often. Hands lingered on wooden crosses nailed above doors. Some mothers placed strands of hair inside folded cloth and buried them beneath their thresholds, hoping to anchor their families to the earth should the walls fall. Even Hagia Sophia, the heart of the city's soul, felt altered. The golden mosaic still shimmered, but the light now seemed to reflect more shadow than brilliance. Candles burned lower, as though conserving themselves. The chants echoed longer in the domes, as if reluctant to leave the air. Faith still stood, but it stood on trembling ground. Not because belief had vanished, but because belief had begun to bend. The people still prayed, but not always with hope. Sometimes they prayed simply because they had nothing else left to offer. And in that silence between words, even God seemed to be listening more carefully. The city still woke each morning as it always had. At the edge of the harbour, fishermen dragged in their nets with the same tired rhythm: step, pull, breathe. The sea offered less now than it once did, but the rituals held. Salt stung the air, ropes creaked against wooden masts. Gull cries pierced the stillness as boats bobbed in gentle protest against their moorings. In the lower markets near the gate of the Neorian, vendors unlatched their shutters and swept dust from their stalls. Crates of olives were stacked beside bundles of dried herbs, and the scent of vinegar and fish clung to the stones beneath their feet. A man selling figs arranged them carefully, not for presentation, but for order. He worked as if the act itself mattered more than the sale. Nearby, a woman poured lentils into a clay bowl, humming an old song with no words. Her hands moved from habit, her eyes scanning the faces that passed, not in fear, but in quiet accounting. Who was still here? Who wasn't? Ships still came in from the isles, smaller now, fewer sails, but they brought news, letters, rumours. A merchant from Chios claimed he had seen warships on the horizon. Another from Thessaloniki spoke only in shrugs. But no alarms rang. No declarations echoed from the towers. The markets stayed open. Bread was bought. Salted meat changed hands. The city, for all its cracks, wore its routine like armour. And in that repetition, sunrise, market, sea, the people found something close to peace, not because they didn't know what was coming, but because there was still this, morning light on the water and the taste of bread while it was still warm. The children did not fear the walls, they climbed them. In the quieter alleys behind the Imperial Forum, boys with calloused feet turned fragments of old marble into stepping stones, racing one another through broken archways as if the ruins were part of a game built just for them. A girl dragged a stick behind her like a sword, carving lines in the dust as she declared herself empress over a kingdom of shutters and shadows. They had heard stories, of course, whispers of armies beyond the hills, of thunder that wasn't weather. But to them, danger was a rumour spoken by adults with tired eyes. Their world was one of rooftops, cats, and the satisfying crack of a dried fig shared behind a market stall. Not far away, in the courtyard of the Imperial Library, a group of students sat cross-legged on woven mats, reciting verses beneath the watchful gaze of a scholar older than most walls in the city. He wore a frayed robe and held a cedar pointer, tapping rhythm into their cadence. They repeated Latin, Greek, scripture, and law, building knowledge atop memory like bricks upon stone. But even the scholar glanced at the sky more often than he used to. He had begun skipping certain passages in the older texts, the ones that spoke of omens, of collapse, of foreign fires. Not out of fear, but because he no longer trusted the young to forget them later. And still, the children laughed. They chased doves through courtyards, chalked riddles on the steps of churches, tied ribbons to broken statues, and called them blessings. They did not carry history. They carried the present. And for now, that was enough. They were not seen in the city's records, but they were everywhere in its breath. In narrow courtyards framed by vines and washing lines, women moved through the rhythm of their days with quiet purpose. Water was drawn, lentils soaked in clay pots. Fabrics were laid across stone walls to dry in the sun, flapping gently like silent flags. Voices were low, hands constant, eyes always watching the sky between tasks. They did not speak often of the siege, not because they denied it, but because they had no time to name it. Their days were stitched together by need, not by news. A child's fever did not pause for rumours of gunpowder. Bread still had to rise. Soap still had to be boiled. In the upper quarters, the widows sat together just after dawn, weaving wool or knotting rosary cords beside the cistern. They said little, but their silence had texture, made of memories they never voiced, and losses they no longer measured in numbers. When they laughed, it was sudden and sharp, like flint on stone. not joy, but survival. Young women, barely past girlhood, traced prayers into flour before kneading dough. Mothers touched their children's hair a little longer than usual before letting them out to play. Sisters whispered to each other behind half-open shutters, sharing stories that weren't entirely untrue. Some still wore their jewelry, not out of vanity, but because it had once belonged to someone who could no longer wear it. They knew what it meant when pigeons scattered all at once. They noticed when the soldiers on the wall began checking the horizon more frequently than before. They listened more carefully to the tone of the church bells than the words of the priests. And though they did not march, their vigilance ran deeper than the stone. It began before dawn, when the streets were still blue with shadow. One bell, then another, low, deliberate, distant. Not an alarm, not a call to action, just a sound older than fear, older than empire. It moved like a ripple across the city, brushing rooftops, drifting through open windows, waking those who had already been half awake. Within moments, the air filled with footsteps, sandals on stone, heels on hollow marble. Doors creaked open, not slammed. Curtains stirred. The hush was broken only by the faint rustle of robes and the occasional cough swallowed by incense. In the churches, the priests moved slowly, lighting wicks, adjusting altars, wiping dust from chalices with the corners of their sleeves. The chants began in the central districts and spread outward in waves, never synchronized, never rehearsed, yet perfectly joined. Low voices rose and fell like wind across a field, carrying scripture, sorrow, and resolve in equal measure. Outside the walls, the chants echoed differently, less clearly, more haunting, like ghosts reciting what the living could not. The city had always sounded this way in the early hours, but now even the familiar tones felt weighted, measured, final. Some sang without words, humming fragments of hymns remembered more by breath than syllable. Others simply stood in the doorways of their homes, heads bowed, saying nothing. And through it all, the city seemed to listen to itself, as if trying to remember the exact sound of its soul before it changed. The prayer was not for victory, not anymore. It was for preservation, for meaning, for remembrance. And the sound it left behind was not silence, but stillness. They stood at intervals like carvings pressed into the horizon. On the outer ramparts, the city's defenders watched without speaking. Bronze helmets dulled by sea air caught what little morning light escaped the clouds. Mail shirts hung heavy against their shoulders, soaked not in blood, but in sweat, in time, in waiting. Many were not soldiers by trade. They had once been merchants, masons, sailors. Some still smelled faintly of the salt barrels or loaves they used to handle. Their spears were mismatched. Their shields bore faded family crests, or none at all. But they stood, because no one else would. Beyond the walls there was little to see yet, just a smudge on the landscape, dust rising faintly where scouts reported the Ottoman camps spreading like roots across the hills. No banners, no movement, just presence. The silence was worse than sound. Inside the towers, commanders bent over maps. Hands traced old plans, fingers stopping at places where the stone had cracked, where the cannon would likely strike. The new artillery was no longer theory. It had already shattered the outer wall at Salimbria weeks ago. No one needed reminding. Some prayed under their breath between patrols. Others recited the names of their children like a ward against fear. A few had stopped speaking altogether. Eyes red, jaws clenched. They simply watched the east. One man tied a ribbon around the base of his pike, not for luck, but to make sure someone would recognize his body if the walls gave way. The city below continued as if untouched, but above it, on the teeth of the walls, men were already learning how long a day could feel when measured against fate. It came first not as sound, but as vibration. In the early hours, when the wind died and the bells had not yet stirred, a tremor moved beneath the stone. Not sharp, not rhythmic, but present. A sensation felt in wooden beams, in cistern water, in the souls of those standing still long enough to notice. The dogs were the first to respond. They stood and stared east, tails still, ears pinned flat against their skulls. No cannon had fired. No hoof had struck the outer road. But something was moving, slow, massive, methodical. On the upper towers, sentries leaned forward, not to see but to feel, their fingers pressed against the rampart stones as if the city itself were listening through its walls. Beneath them, merchants delayed unlocking their stalls. At a bakery near the second forum, a man forgot to light his oven for the first time in 30 years. It was the kind of moment no one marked in words. It passed through the people the way a shadow passes over water, leaving ripples, but no origin. The older guards called it phantom siege, a silence that arrives before the real one. But even they tightened their belts and stood taller. A single boy stopped mid-run in the hippodrome and looked east without knowing why. And somewhere, beyond the first ridge, the drums did begin. Distant, muffled, felt more than heard. They did not speak of chaos, not yet, just inevitability. That evening, the light fell softer than usual. Not golden, not red, just pale, like parchment touched by flame but never burned. It stretched across the rooftops and domes, brushing the spires and towers with a hush so complete that even the birds seemed to pause mid-flight. Shadows lengthened not with menace, but with reverence, as if the city itself was preparing for something it could not name. At the edge of the harbour, the last boats rocked lazily, their ropes slack in the tide. A fisherman sat on an overturned crate, sharpening a knife he wouldn't need that night. In the hills beyond the Golden Horn, the outline of something vast lingered, still too far to name, too present to ignore. Within the city walls, candles were lit a little earlier, doors closed a little more gently. No one hurried, no one waited. They simply moved as if the day were not ending, but folding into something sacred. Children watched the sky turn, quiet for once. A nun stood on a balcony and whispered a hymn without melody. A young man stood beneath the statue of an emperor he could not name and did not leave until the stars came out. And when the final bell rang, it did not feel like a warning. It felt like a bow. Before he was a conqueror, he was a boy staring at maps. In the royal court of Edirne, long before the towers of Constantinople loomed on his horizon, Mehmed pored over scrolls and stories, not of conquests, but of a single city that refused to fall. He traced the walls with his fingertip, memorized the routes of the aqueducts, and asked his tutors not when the city had last been besieged, but why it had never been taken. It wasn't greed that drove him, nor simple ambition. It was inheritance. He believed Constantinople had been left to him not by his father, but by history itself, a Roman jewel encased in Christian ritual and Eastern rot, waiting to be reborn in his name. He spoke of it the way poets speak of lost lovers, longingly, bitterly, with fire stitched into every syllable. The other viziers laughed at his fixation, called it youthful fantasy. Even his generals cautioned patience. But Mehmed did not dream in years. He dreamed in centuries. He saw himself not as the founder of something new, but the fulfiller of something unfinished. Alexander had stopped too soon. Caesar had turned west. Even his namesake, Mehmed I, had looked elsewhere. Only Mehmed II would take the center of the world. And he would not take it by accident. He would take it by right. He was only 21. Too young, some whispered, to command legions. Too young to bear the crescent crown. But Mehmed wore his youth-like armor, flexible, unbending, forged in defiance. He had already tasted betrayal, already returned from exile, already reclaimed a throne others thought too heavy for his shoulders. What others saw as inexperience, he saw as advantage. He did not carry the fatigue of compromise, the rust of old wars. He saw clearly, moved quickly, and punished without hesitation. Where his father had measured and weighed, Mehmed struck. Where others asked permission, he took. Still, the burden was real. The Ottoman court was no cradle, it was a blade. Ministers second-guessed, advisors disguised warnings as wisdom. Even his teachers now measured their words. But Mehmed met them all with silence. Not because he lacked doubt, but because he refused to share it. The fire in him did not burn wildly. It burned clean, controlled, focused on one fixed point on the map where Europe and Asia touched. He spoke 7 languages, could recite Quranic verses by heart, and had read the tactics of Julius Caesar and Hannibal before most rulers learned to wield a sword. His rage was not for show, it was inherited from ancestors who had carved an empire out of horse trails and smoke. He did not see Constantinople as a city, he saw it as a birthright denied. And for Mehmed, denial was a provocation no empire could survive. He did not dream of the city's fall. He dreamed of its silence after, not of flames or bloodshed, but of walking its streets alone, barefoot, hearing only the echo of his own breath beneath the dome of Hagia Sophia. He saw himself standing at the altar, not destroying it, but claiming it, transforming it, not with fire, but with presence. Every night, those visions returned, not as dreams, but as certainties waiting for the world to catch up. He didn't imagine banners flying, he imagined walls crumbling beneath the rhythm of cannon fire, the gates opening not from force, but from exhaustion. The Byzantines were not his enemies, they were remnants, shadows cast by an empire that had forgotten it was dead. Mehmed didn't hate them, he pitied them. They held on to ruins as if stone could remember glory. But stone forgets, he believed, unless it is renamed. In these dreams, he never arrived as a butcher. He arrived as an heir, one who had studied the scriptures of both crescent and cross, one who would not erase history, but redirect it. Others spoke of spoils. Mehmed spoke of vision, the rebuilding, the bridge between worlds, the new Rome, not ruled from the West, not fractured by papal politics or Greek debate, but shaped by a single hand, his. In the dream, the city never screamed. It bowed. It began like a storm swelling behind the hills. Quiet at first, then undeniable. Caravans of horses, siege carts, and foot soldiers wound slowly out of Edirne, not in chaos, but in practiced rhythm. Mehmed did not summon an army, he orchestrated it. Blacksmiths, engineers, cooks, physicians, imams, scribes. Every man had a place, every column a purpose. From the Balkans came seasoned warriors hardened in mountain skirmishes. From Anatolia, horsemen arrived in waves, their armor patched, but their resolve sharpened. The Janissaries, hand-picked from boyhood and trained into silence, marched at the center like a blade unsheathed. By the time they reached the plain outside Constantinople, the army stretched across the horizon. Campfires lit the sky in circles, glowing red beneath tents adorned with crescent moons. The city had seen armies before, but not this machine. Messengers rode between units, supplies moved on marked schedules, even the mules walked in formation. This was not a force of chance, it was a force of design, and at its heart was a young man with maps, verses, and fire in his blood. Locals watched from hidden ridges. From across the straits, fishermen stopped casting their lines. Even the birds seemed to change their flight. The siege had not yet begun, but the city was already surrounded by intention. It was not just soldiers Mehmed brought to the city's gates. It was thunder. The Hungarian engineer Orban had appeared in Edirne months earlier, brilliant, disgraced, desperate. He claimed he could build a cannon larger than any the world had seen. Mehmed had not laughed. He had funded him. What emerged from Orban's forge was no weapon. It was a monument, over 25 feet long, cast in iron thicker than any bell, dragged by 60 oxen and 200 men across roads reinforced for the task. It took hours just to load. But when it spoke, the earth listened. They called it the Basilica, the giant that would break the unbreakable. Around it, a family of smaller bombards were assembled, each built to target a different wall segment, each calibrated for precision, not chaos. This was not random shelling, it was arithmetic, force applied with vision. The Byzantines had heard of gunpowder. They had even used it, but this was something else. This was the new world knocking, not with fists, but with iron. Mehmed watched its first test from a rise above the camp. When the cannon fired, the blast shook birds from the trees a mile away. The sound echoed for minutes. He didn't smile. He simply said, "It will speak again, soon." They marched without sound, not because they were silent, but because silence had been trained into them. The Janissaries were not conscripts. They were not mercenaries. They were the Sultan's shadow, taken as boys, converted, educated, and carved into elite soldiers bound only to the empire. Their loyalty was not bought, it was shaped. They wore no flamboyant armor, no trinkets of pride, only dark uniforms, polished blades, and eyes that did not flinch. Where other units marched with rhythm, the Janissaries moved like breath, each man knowing his place before it was spoken. In their presence, even Mehmed's senior commanders kept their voices low. They formed the inner wall of the siege, the unbreakable ring around the cannon crews, the core of the final assault. They studied the layout of Constantinople before the first stone was launched. They were shown the gates. They were shown the streets. And they were told, "You will walk them." Each man was trained to fire, to charge, to scale, to finish. They did not pray aloud. They did not drink. They sharpened their weapons at dusk and again before dawn, not from superstition, but from habit. They had no brothers, no wives. Their names were recorded in the Sultan's book and nowhere else. The Byzantines feared the cannons, but they dreaded the Janissaries because stone could be rebuilt. But once the Janissaries entered, no wall would matter. Victory wasn't just built with fire, it was built with math. While the Janissaries drilled and the cannon crews prepared their charges, another army moved behind the lines. Builders, sappers, cartographers, and engineers. They dug trenches, not for cover, but for angles. They mapped the terrain like it was a body being dissected. Elevation, soil softness, wind direction. Everything was charted. Bridges were assembled over marshes that didn't exist weeks earlier. Ramps were constructed under moonlight to drag siege towers silently into place. Wood was sourced from nearby forests, stripped, measured, marked. Nails were counted, pulleys inspected. Each day brought more earthworks, more barriers, more siege scaffolding rising like skeletal arms toward the walls. Supply lines stretched back to Edirne. Grain, oil, pitch, rope, water, all moved in endless cycles. Mehmed's quartermasters had lists inked by candlelight. No unit went hungry, no weapons sat idle. This was not a siege of desperation, it was one of design. Even as cannon smoke blackened the camp air, men laid new timber for fresh wheels, new stone beds for recoil resistance. The basilica itself had to be recentered nightly, its aim recalibrated with stakes and string. To the defenders atop Constantinople's walls, it looked like chaos. But from inside the Ottoman camp, it felt like architecture, and every hammer strike echoed a question. How long can a city stand when the enemy beneath it is building faster than it can fall? If the walls were the city's spine, the sea was its breath. The waters surrounding Constantinople had protected it for over 1,000 years, not just by distance, but by design. The city's ports faced the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara, each a natural barrier that transformed siege into puzzle. The Byzantine navy, though a ghost of its former strength, still patrolled the inlet with stubborn regularity. Old ships, patched and outpaced, still held position between floating wooden towers. Crews loaded Greek fire cautiously, as if afraid it would remember how to burn. Rusted anchors clung to the harbour bed, unchanged since the last failed siege. Even the docks bore the signs of past defence: iron loops, scorched pilings, and towers repurposed from commerce to war. It was not the might of the fleet that gave the Byzantines hope. It was the geography. The Horn wrapped around the city like a shield, and no army had ever crossed it with force intact. To attack from sea would mean running into a wall of water, stone, and a legacy of survival. From these defences, the Byzantines drew pride, and from that pride, perhaps too much confidence. They believed the walls would hold, and that the waters would keep the invader distant. But the true guardian of the Golden Horn was not a ship or tower. It was the chain. Forged of iron and stretching from the walls of Constantinople to the Tower of Galata, the great chain rested beneath the surface like a coiled serpent, invisible but immovable. No vessel could pass without being lifted. No charge could break through without shattering hull and crew. It had held before, against Arabs, crusaders, and pirates, and it stood now, submerged in the current, its weight borne by centuries and salt. Sentries guarded its anchors, divers inspected its links, engineers inspected the rollers and swivel mechanisms daily. Even the citizens spoke of it like a talisman, believing it alone could turn the tide. It was a relic of older wars, but no one doubted its power. No Ottoman ship had ever crossed it. But Mehmed was not interested in crossing it. He was interested in rendering it meaningless. While the defenders focused on the water, the Sultan's engineers studied the land. They paced the hills of Pera and measured the incline with ropes and chalk. They whispered of timber, grease, and oxen. They saw not a blockade, but an opportunity. Mehmed looked at the chain once, only once, and said, "Let them think it still matters." While the Byzantines watched the sea, Mehmed turned to the hills. At night, under the cover of fog and distraction, his engineers began to build. Logs were stripped, soaked in oil, then laid into tracks that curved across the hills of Galata, angled, measured, and greased. Ropes were stretched taut. Oxen were yoked. Sledges were reinforced with iron. They were not building bridges. They were building a road, not across water, but across land that touched water, a path for ships. One by one, Ottoman vessels were hauled out of the Bosphorus and dragged across the hills like siege towers on their sides. Sailors walked beside them, balancing masts and shielding hulls with cloth to mute the sound. It took a night and a day, and then, like ghosts, they reappeared inside the Golden Horn. The Byzantines awoke to find Ottoman ships where none had ever been. Behind the chain, past the defences, not crashing through but already waiting. The Great Barrier had been outflanked, not with fire, but with invention. The defenders stared from their towers in silence, unable to understand what had happened. But Mehmed understood perfectly. To him, the city had just lost one of its oldest illusions, that water alone could hold back history. The mood inside the city shifted, not with screams, but with breath held too long. At first there was disbelief. How had the ships crossed? Was it sorcery? Treachery? Some claimed the chain had been sabotaged. Others whispered that Galata had betrayed them, that the Genoese tower had opened its gates at night. Rumours filled the courtyards faster than orders. Then came the panic. Merchants pulled their goods from the harbour markets. Priests offered impromptu blessings in the streets. Fishermen dragged their boats ashore, fearing fire from both sides. Even the birds seemed to change direction, wheeling inward over the city as if it had suddenly become smaller. The emperor called an emergency council. Generals debated new barricades. Some spoke of attacking the Ottoman ships now within the Horn. Others warned that spreading their forces thin would only hasten the collapse. There were too many fronts, too many angles, too many questions. Inside Hagia Sophia, the chants grew louder, not with hope, but with insistence, as if raising their voices could hold the walls tighter together. And in the streets, people began to move differently, not slower, not faster, just more deliberately, as if they'd started to count their steps. The chains still held, but its meaning had already snapped. The first cannon blast did not shatter the walls, it shattered the silence. It came just after sunrise, a deep, thunderous roar that rolled across the plains, echoed off the water, and struck the towers like a memory being ripped from stone. For a full breath, the city held still. Then came the second shot, and the third. From the camp below, smoke rose in pulses. The basilica, Orban's monster cannon, had begun to speak in rhythm. Every shot was an exhale of fire, an iron argument against legacy and faith. It didn't matter where the first ball landed. It mattered that it landed at all. Stones splintered. Dust rose like mist. Tiles shattered from rooftops 100 yards from impact. Citizens covered their ears too late. Priests crossed themselves mid-sentence. And on the walls, the guards leaned into the blast as if leaning would somehow hold back the wind. The walls had held before, but never against this. Mehmed watched from a distance, Flanked by scribes and engineers who marked impact patterns on parchment, the shots were not wild, they were data. With each detonation, the city lost something, not just structure, but certainty. This was no trial strike. This was the beginning of rhythm. And the city would learn to measure its hours, not by sun or bell, but by the space between cannon fire. When the cannon fell silent, the real work began. Under cover of night, the Byzantines emerged with tools, not weapons. Masons ran where soldiers had fallen, buckets of mortar replaced quivers, broken stones were cleared and relayed by torchlight, hands shaking not from fear but from urgency. They rebuilt what they could, knowing it would fall again by morning. Children hauled sandbags to fill gaps. Monks passed bricks hand to hand in silence. Atop the walls, guards watched the tree line for movement, while engineers measured cracks by lamplight. It was a rhythm of reversal, every day undone by dawn, every night an act of defiance. Below, Ottoman sappers crawled toward the base of the outer walls, dragging black powder in barrels wrapped in damp cloth to muffle their motion. Some were caught, most vanished. Occasionally, the earth itself seemed to shift, followed by a sharp blast, then quiet. In response, the Byzantines dug countermines, underground tunnels beneath tunnels, a war of echoes and breathless tension beneath the city's skin. Explosions sounded like thunder trapped in the throat of the earth. Above ground, the city tried to sleep, but sleep had become a thing of the past. Now there was only waiting, and the sound of stone being tested. While stones fell from the sky, letters crossed the sea. Emperor Constantine XI wrote not as a ruler, but as a brother to the West, reminding the kings and popes of shared creeds, ancient councils, and blood once shed beneath the same banners. His pleas were not grand, they were human. Rome would fall again, he warned, not in Italy, but at the edge of the Bosphorus. Envoys were dispatched under moonlight, cloaked in merchant robes, sent by sea routes now half blocked by Ottoman patrols. Some reached Venice, others arrived in Naples or the court of the Pope. They bowed before men who ruled distant lands and begged not for armies, but for ships, for powder, for time. The West responded slowly. Venetian merchants weighed profit against loyalty. The Genoese hedged their bets behind neutrality, and Rome, weary from schism and infighting, offered words and prayers, but no cavalry. A few ships arrived, flying flags of aid, but even their commanders knew it was not enough. Inside the city, every arrival sparked hope. Every banner on the horizon was a chance, but too often the sails turned away or the ships arrived too late. The emperor stood each evening at the harbor's edge, watching the straits, not for signs of Ottoman reinforcements, but for proof that Christendom remembered him. Each morning the air felt thinner, not because of smoke, but because of fear. Food grew scarcer, bread rations shrank. The smell of baking gave way to boiling, roots, bones, whatever could be stretched into something warm. Children no longer laughed in the alleys. Dogs vanished from the streets. Inside the homes, people whispered about the cannon, about cracks that now let light in through places once solid, about the ships in the Golden Horn, about the night one of the towers trembled so hard it shifted in place. Some blamed the stars, others blamed the emperor, but most said nothing. Churches filled earlier. People lit candles not just for the saints, but for the walls, for the stones, for the mortar. Arguments broke out at the grain stores. Some guards stopped intervening. Others drew their swords and shouted oaths that echoed longer than they should have. The emperor walked the streets still, sometimes in disguise, sometimes not. He stopped to speak to bakers, to children, to priests. He offered no false hope, only presence. And that, for a few more days, was enough to keep the center from falling. But the edges were beginning to fray. The city no longer kept time by bells. It kept time by impact. At dawn, the cannon roared. At mid-morning, the ground trembled. At noon, smoke hung over the water. By afternoon, there was quiet, but only the kind that came between breaths, between shots, between collapses. The people adjusted. They walked faster between alleys. They learned which walls could be trusted. They knew which corners caught the wind and where dust would fall after each strike. A rhythm formed, unspoken but shared. Brace, breathe, mend, wait. Priests blessed the same stones twice a day. Mothers whispered psalms while stirring pots that barely steamed. The guards on the walls no longer flinched. They simply counted. 1, 2, 3. The interval between detonations became the measure of survival. Even Mehmed, in his tent beyond the hills, understood the pattern. He instructed his engineers to change the sequence. Delay one shot, double the next. It was not warfare, it was erosion. Wear down the defenders' habits, make their instincts uncertain, make them guess wrong. And so the city, in all its centuries of glory, was reduced to a song of tension and rubble. Yet still, the bells rang, soft, delayed, defiant, not to keep time, but to remind the city that time, though shaken, was still theirs. The bells rang slower that morning, not from damage, but from doubt. The rhythm of the siege had changed something in the city's bones. What had once been reaction was now routine. What had once shaken the people now only made them pause, brace, breathe, mend, wait. But on May 22nd, the pattern broke. At first it was only the light, softer than usual, wrong in its color, as if the sun were being seen through smoke. Birds quieted mid-song. Workers paused with stones in their hands. A priest dropped a censer mid-step. Then the sky began to darken. Not like dusk, not like storm, but like a curtain being pulled from the edges of the world inward. The sun dimmed until it glowed like metal cooling in a forge, and then it vanished. An eclipse. Total. The cannons did not fire that hour. The Sultan's camp fell into quiet, and even Mehmed stood motionless beneath the shadow. The city held its breath. In the forums, people cried out without words. Some dropped to their knees. Others simply looked up, eyes wide, unable to speak. For those who still remembered the old prophecies, the meaning was not symbolic. It was final. The sky had turned its face, and in that hour, even stone seemed to lean inward, listening. The darkness lifted, but it left something behind. It wasn't panic, it was erosion, the kind that eats quietly at the edges until there's nothing left to patch. In the days after the eclipse, the mood inside the city shifted again, not in sudden fear, but in slow decay. Bread lines stretched longer, the loaves smaller. People stopped asking where the flour came from. They simply took what they were given and rationed it by memory. Boiled weeds replaced vegetables. Rats became currency. The fish markets had gone silent. And then came the fever. At first it was confined to the southern quarters. A cough, then a rash, then silence. A few were buried quickly without rites. then more. Priests refused to touch the sick. Then so did neighbors. Doors closed without knocks. Fires were left to burn out in the hearth. Bodies were left beneath blankets until someone came with a cart. The emperor ordered the infected to be treated in the open courtyards of monasteries. Some monks obeyed, others vanished. Inside Hagia Sophia, the chanting grew softer, not from reverence but from weakness. The city was still holding, but it was not standing. It was leaning inward, pulled by hunger and rot and memory. And above it all, the cannon fire resumed. Hope didn't disappear. It receded, like light slipping through a cracked door. The people still moved, still worked, still prayed, but they no longer looked one another in the eyes for long. The silences between conversations grew longer. The candles in windows burned lower. Some didn't relight them. Children stopped asking questions. The laughter that once echoed in narrow alleys had faded into a cautious quiet. Even the cats, once bold and unbothered, now crept along the edges of buildings as if unsure where they belonged. Rumors swirled through the streets like smoke from unseen fires. Some claimed angels had been seen above the towers. Others said the emperor had vanished, only to return wearing different robes. A few whispered that the city had already fallen, and they were simply living through its memory. No one said these things aloud in the daylight, but in the evenings, as the wind came in from the horn, the city murmured to itself. Bakers gave away what little bread they had. Goldsmiths left their shutters open. The price of things became unspoken. There was only one currency left: time. And time was thinning. The cannons still fired. The walls still cracked. But the people no longer flinched. They listened with the patience of those who have stopped hoping for reprieve. Not because they didn't believe in rescue, but because belief had become a luxury. He never looked tired, not in public. Even as the walls groaned under bombardment, as the rations diminished and the council splintered, Constantine walked the city with the same steady posture, his armor polished, his tone even, his presence unflinching. He spoke little now, not because he lacked words, but because he understood they had lost weight. He stood in the churches during Mass, not on a throne, but near the door. He touched the hands of sick children, placed coins into the palms of widows, nodded at masons working past dusk. He did not lie. He did not promise salvation. He promised he would not leave. Behind closed doors, his advisors begged him to consider escape. They had contacts, ships, plans. He listened, then he dismissed them, not with cruelty, but with certainty. I was not crowned to abandon the crown, he said, nor raised to live while the city falls. Each night, he returned to his chambers and removed his armor piece by piece. Each morning, he put it back on without help. In these final days, he stopped writing letters. He stopped looking for sails on the horizon. His eyes turned inward, toward the walls, the people, and the place where Rome would breathe its last. And in that silence, resolve became his final command. He walked the walls at dawn, alone except for the wind. No guard announced him, no banner preceded him, just the quiet sound of armored boots brushing against centuries-old stone, and the occasional rasp of breath as he climbed the narrow stairs between towers. From this height, the entire city unfolded, hazy, fractured, sacred. To the east, the rising sun across the Bosphorus. To the west, smoke still lifting from yesterday's breach. Below him, the city he would not leave. He stopped at intervals, not to rest, but to study, where the stones had shifted, where mortar had cracked. He noted the barrels stacked near each tower, the placement of archers, the damage to the outer curtain. He spoke few words, but the look in his eyes passed command without question. The guards watched him as he passed, tired, hungry, wounded, but they stood taller. For a few seconds their bodies straightened, their hands steadied. They remembered what they were protecting. He said nothing to them. They needed no speeches, only proof that someone still believed in the stones beneath their feet. And Constantine gave them that belief, one step at a time, walking the ancient walls of a dying empire, like a man who would rather fall with them than be remembered without them. In the monasteries turned infirmaries, time moved differently. The sick and wounded lay in rows, men pierced by arrows, scorched by fire, crushed by falling stone. Moans filled the spaces between prayers, the scent of infection mixed with incense. Nurses whispered last rites while bandaging limbs. And into this, Constantine stepped, not as emperor, but as witness. He knelt beside men whose names he didn't know. He pressed water to cracked lips. He listened to stories spoken between coughs, between tremors, between fading breaths. He blessed them without ceremony, his hand on their forehead, his eyes fixed, not looking away. He didn't flinch at blood. He didn't recoil at gangrene or fevered speech. These were not his people. They were his purpose. He had asked them to stand. Now he stood beside them. Some wept when they saw him, not out of awe but relief, that the last emperor had not hidden, that he had not climbed into some hidden cellar to await the end. He left no gifts, only presence. And when he moved to the next bed, the silence behind him deepened, not with despair, but with something more powerful, recognition, that they were seen, that their pain had not gone unnoticed, that if the city was to fall, it would fall with its emperor walking through the fire beside them. At night by lamplight, Constantine wrote, not proclamations, not decrees, just letters, measured, personal, final. He wrote to his brothers, to distant allies, to the few cities that still owed him loyalty, not asking for rescue, not anymore, just bearing witness, just telling the truth. He apologized for debts that would not be paid. He praised courage in men who would never be famous. He confessed quietly that he had made peace with what was coming. The ink dried quickly in the dry spring air. Each scroll was sealed not with the imperial crest, but with his personal ring, a symbol of the man, not the office. Some of the letters were sent by sea, in small fishing boats that slipped out through night currents. Others were handed to riders who may or may not have escaped the siege lines. One or two he burned after writing, meant only to be written, never read. He also left orders that the gates be defended until the last stone fell, that no relic be surrendered, that the holy places be protected, not as symbols, but as shelter, that if the walls did break, the people were not to flee into the horn, but to stand together. He signed every note the same way. Constantine, servant of the city. There were no raised voices at the last council meeting, only the scraping of chairs, the shuffle of parchment, the silence between men who had known each other too long to pretend. They met in a small chamber near the imperial chapel. The windows were shuttered. The air smelled of wax and ash. Constantine stood at the head of the table, not with fire, but with stillness. The generals gave their reports. Outer wall breached in 3 sections, cannon fire growing more precise, soldiers exhausted, supplies down to days. The ministers spoke of grain stores, of disease, of citizens leaving their posts. No one mentioned surrender. They debated how to divide the remaining forces, whether to reinforce the sea walls or concentrate at the gates, whether a final sortie might buy time, whether the Genoese commander Giustiniani would hold his position or pull back at the last. Constantine listened. Then he made his decisions. Quiet, absolute. He did not ask for approval, only understanding. Before the council disbanded, he thanked them, one by one, not with titles but with names. Some wept, others bowed. One man could not speak at all, and when the doors closed behind them, it felt like a century had ended, because it had. On the night before the walls would break, the city gathered in Hagia Sophia, not with ceremony, but with gravity. There were no processions, no banners, no choir robes, just citizens moving like waves through narrow streets, hands clutching candles, shoulders brushing without apology. No one was turned away. The gates of the cathedral stood open as they had not in years. Inside, the golden dome reflected torchlight instead of sun. The icons watched without judgment. The incense hung heavy in the air, less fragrant now, more like memory preserved in smoke. Mothers carried children. Soldiers removed their helmets. Priests wept as they poured the wine. For centuries, this space had been the heart of an empire. Now it was the lungs of a people breathing one last prayer. The liturgy was spoken slowly, familiar phrases, ancient words, but they no longer reached upward, they folded inward. This was not a plea for victory, it was a surrender to sacredness, to what could not be taken. Some clutched relics, others stood with empty hands. Constantine himself stood among them, not above, not beside, but within. No orders, no speeches, just presence. And in the silence that followed the final Amen, the city stood together, not as warriors, not as Romans, not as Byzantines, but as people, unbroken by the coming dark. After the Mass ended, they stayed, not because they were uncertain, but because they could not yet let go. The candles had burned low, the hymns had faded, but no one moved toward the doors. It was as if the cathedral itself was holding its breath, unwilling to release what it had protected for so long. Then the patriarch stepped forward, old, bent, eyes clouded but voice clear. He raised his hand, not in grandeur but in grief, and gave the blessing, not just to the emperor, but to the city, to the stones, to the children, to the dead. He named the saints, he named the emperors, he named the mothers who had lit candles for sons who would not return, and as he spoke, the silence deepened. Constantine knelt, and every man, every woman, every child followed. It was not a submission, it was a remembrance. One final breath for an empire that had once ruled from Britain to Babylon. No angels descended, no thunder broke the roof. Only a silence so complete that it felt like the whole city had become one heartbeat, stilled for a moment in the presence of something eternal. And then the patriarch lowered his hand, and they knew the sacred had been said, and what came next would be mortal. As the cathedral emptied, the city turned inward. The streets grew quiet, not from sleep, but from reverence. Doors closed gently, lanterns were dimmed. Inside the homes of Constantinople, words were spoken that would never be written. Fathers placed hands on sons' shoulders without speeches. Mothers braided their daughters' hair with trembling fingers, not for beauty, but for memory. Lovers pressed foreheads together, neither speaking of survival nor of death, only of presence. Some wrote letters, others lit candles and said nothing at all. In the upper districts, nobles embraced servants they had never before addressed by name. In the lower quarters, neighbors shared loaves without asking who had less. Wealth had become useless. Only nearness remained. A few packed small satchels, just in case. A change of clothes, a coin, a piece of scripture. But most didn't bother. They understood now that there was nowhere to go. Near the walls, some children were told stories to lull them into sleep. Others were simply held. A few asked what would happen tomorrow. Their parents did not lie. They answered only with touch, with tears not hidden. And in that final hour, the city was not preparing to fight. It was preparing to remember. The final night was still. No cannon fire, no alarms, no movement in the trees. It was as if the world itself had chosen not to interrupt what must come next. From tower to tower, guards stood like statues, watching nothing, yet unable to look away. In the camps beyond the hills, Ottoman fires flickered silently. The drums had gone quiet. Even Mehmed had ordered silence. All would begin soon, but not yet. The air felt heavier, scented with smoke and jasmine and the ache of everything unfinished. Even the birds had vanished. The Bosphorus lay black and glassy, reflecting a city that still stood, but no longer hoped to. Inside the walls, no one slept. Some prayed, some paced, some sat beside loved ones and stared at the ceiling as if waiting for it to speak. Above them, stars filled the sky in cruel clarity. No clouds, no cover, just the open eyes of heaven watching as Rome prepared to draw its last breath. And still, the city did not break. It waited. One more hour, one more heartbeat, one more moment before the name Constantinople became a memory. It began with birds. They rose from the trees in a single burst, wheeling into the pink gold sky above the city before disappearing toward the sea. A heartbeat later, the ground shook, not with one cannon, but with all of them. A final coordinated volley, timed with the sun cresting the eastern hills. Stone shattered. The outer walls split near the gate of St. Romanus. A section buckled inward, releasing a plume of dust that rose like smoke from a pyre. And in that moment, the spell broke. The city no longer waited. The Janissaries charged first, silent, fast, relentless. Behind them came waves of infantry, scaling ladders and siege ramps in practiced rhythm. Arrows hissed, screams cut through the air, bells rang, not in ritual, but in warning, in panic. Defenders rushed to the breach, barefoot and unarmored, grabbing spears they had never trained with. Priests turned into medics, bakers became archers, boys became barriers. Constantine appeared at the front, fully armored, sword drawn, flanked by what remained of his best. There was no command shouted, no speech offered, only a nod, only movement. The clash at the wall was short, brutal, breathless. The sounds were no longer distant, they were close. Inside the gates, inside the lungs. The old stones, once proud, were now a memory beneath dust and iron. And somewhere, as the first enemy boots crossed the threshold, the last Roman emperor vanished into the smoke. Not fallen, not found, only gone. They moved like wind through a broken gate. The Janissaries surged through the breach in silence, blades low, eyes forward. They didn't shout, they didn't chant, they executed. Behind them came wave after wave, infantry, engineers, torchbearers, turning the shattered outer wall into a corridor of conquest. The defenders fought hard, but they were outnumbered and surrounded. Their arrows snapped, their spears broke against trained formations. Those who had held the wall now fought in alleys, in stairwells, in shadows. Within minutes, the outer district was overrun. The city had always believed its walls were its skin, but now the skin had split, and everything inside was exposed. Horns sounded from the towers, not for rallying, but for recognition that the unthinkable was now here. The Janissaries fanned out, capturing towers, extinguishing fires, opening inner gates, and still they did not cheer. They moved like men who had done this before, who would do it again, and who would not look back. From the northern quarter to the Forum, the panic spread faster than flame. Constantinople, for the first time in 1,000 years, had been breached. Constantine fought at the wall, not behind it, not above it, in it. Steel clashed around him, Byzantine and Ottoman, friend and stranger. His crimson cloak was torn, his helmet dented, but his sword moved with precision, not desperation. He did not shout his name. He did not beg the world to remember him. He simply fought. 12 men followed him into the breach. Bodyguards, nobles, volunteers. They did not speak either. They just formed a circle, held their ground, and disappeared one by one. The sun rose higher. The dust thickened. A Janissary commander approached, saw the emperor fall, and said nothing. Because there was no proclamation, no last stand worthy of legend, no clear moment of death, just the vanishing. Some said he died at the gate. Others claimed he slipped into the crowd and was never seen again. A few believed he lived, fled, hid, waiting for some future call. But the city knew the truth. He had chosen to fall with it. Not on a throne, not in prayer, but in the mud with his people as the empire died around him. The fall didn't come all at once. It came from inside, through open doors, shattered windows, broken trust. As the Janissaries surged inward, resistance began to splinter. Some city gates were opened not by force, but by panic, others by betrayal. Guards abandoned their posts to find their families. Messengers never returned. A commander fled, and the line behind him crumbled. In the upper quarters, some nobles locked their homes and waited, not knowing whether it would be soldiers or silence that arrived first. Smoke drifted from rooftops where defenders had tried to burn stores before they could be taken. Fires spread beyond their control. Buckets were tossed aside in favor of swords. Then the swords were dropped too. Church bells rang without rhythm. Not warnings, just echoes. A child ran barefoot through the hippodrome screaming for a father who would not come. From tower to plaza, the city began to fragment. No central line, no last command, just thousands of separate acts of survival and surrender, playing out all at once like a final broken mosaic. The walls still stood in places, but the city within had already fallen. There were still those who refused to yield. In a cloister near the old Roman aqueduct, monks barred the doors and lined the windows with boiling oil and burning prayer. They held for 3 hours before the fire reached the rafters. A handful of Genoese mercenaries dug in near the southern docks, forming a square around wounded civilians. They fought until their blades dulled, then with bricks, then fists. When the Ottomans broke through, they found no one left standing. At the inner sanctum of the Imperial Library, scholars sealed the doors and burned the documents rather than let them be touched. Their ashes still swirled when the invaders arrived. Women armed with kitchen knives defended a granary near the markets. A priest was seen wielding a wooden cross like a warhammer. An orphan lit a fire trap he had once watched his father build. These were not warriors. They were the soul of the city made tangible, refusing to vanish without effort. But resistance, even noble, is not eternal. By midday, those final outposts dimmed one by one, extinguished not by might alone, but by the weight of inevitability. And still, no one begged. The last defenders fell the same way the empire had been born, not quietly and not without meaning. By evening, the cannons stopped. Not because there were no more targets, but because there was no more resistance. The gates were open, the towers were quiet. Smoke rose from churches and palaces alike, blurring the skyline into a smear of fire and memory. The city had fallen, and in its fall, a kind of silence returned. It was not peace, it was not stillness, it was absence. Streets that had echoed with hymns and footsteps were now lined with bodies, with broken glass, with icons trampled and banners discarded. Hagia Sophia stood still, its dome darkened, its doors ajar, its sanctuary no longer a refuge, but a question. In the imperial palace, the throne room remained intact. The chair was empty, the crown untouched. It looked almost as if someone had just stepped out and would return shortly. But no one would. Sultan Mehmed had not yet entered. His camp remained on the ridge. Orders had been given. Loot would come, but not yet. For now, only silence. Let the city hear itself. Let it sit with what had happened. From hill to harbour, Constantinople was no longer a city. It was a breath held, then exhaled, and in that final exhale, Rome was gone. Just footsteps. The first Ottoman soldiers moved through the streets with caution, blades drawn but unused. There was no need. The city had stopped breathing hours ago. They stepped over rubble, past smouldering beams, beneath archways that had watched 1,000 years unfold. No resistance, no words, just stone. The streets were strangely clean in places. The wind had carried the ash away. Here and there, the body of a defender still leaned against a column, blade in hand. A woman sat in a doorway, eyes open but unseeing, a child in her lap, both unmoving. A priest slumped over the altar of a ruined chapel, as if mid-prayer when time ran out. Cats skittered between broken statues. Fabric fluttered from balconies like half-torn flags. The city, once filled with bells and market calls and hymnals, now whispered only with the sound of wind moving through hollow spaces. Some soldiers bowed their heads. Others looked away. This was not what they had imagined. Victory should have been loud, triumphal, glorious. But this was something older, something quieter, a civilization at rest. And as the sun began to set on May 29th, the last day of Constantinople's name, the stone itself seemed to sigh, not in defeat, but in release. The silence didn't last. By midday, looters moved through the city like floodwater, surging into homes, workshops, and sanctuaries that had once stood untouched by centuries of siege. The orders of restraint began to dissolve beneath hunger. vengeance, and the promise of reward. Doors were kicked in, altars stripped, chalices stolen, gold icons broken from their frames. Monks who had hidden relics behind bricks were dragged from tunnels by their robes. Families who had shuttered themselves in cellars were forced into daylight with shaking hands and unspeakable prayers. Hagia Sophia, the sacred heart of the city, became the center of it all. Its great bronze doors were thrown open, the sanctuary filled not with light, but with boots, shouts, and the crack of iron against marble. Paintings were defaced, chandeliers ripped from chains. Some defenders had taken refuge there, still clutching their swords. They were cut down among the pews. And yet, even amid the chaos, some hesitated. A soldier lifted a jewel-encrusted cross, then lowered it again. Another paused before stepping onto the mosaics. Something about the space, the way the light still filtered through the dome, the way the silence beneath the noise still pulsed, held them at bay. But not for long. The old world was being torn into pieces, and no sanctuary was exempt. Beneath the noise, others waited. In crypts beneath churches, in sealed-off wine cellars, in the forgotten passageways under old merchant houses, people huddled in silence. Whole families held their breath for hours, the air growing thinner as the city above them was stripped and renamed. They had brought little, some bread, a skin of water, an icon, a blade, but what they carried most was time bought by stillness, by darkness, by prayer. A mother whispered lullabies to a child who had stopped asking questions. An old man held a candle that had long since gone out, as if afraid to let go of the habit. Somewhere beneath a market square, two wounded soldiers bound each other's arms with torn cloth, not speaking of the fight, only of the silence that followed. Some did not emerge for days, some never did. Those who did return to the surface found a city they no longer recognized. Signs changed, doors unhinged, dust where gold had once glowed, but they survived. And in doing so, they became something new. Not Byzantines, not Romans, not conquerors or conquered, just witnesses. Even the city seemed to watch. Windows, shattered and hollow, stared out onto streets reshaped by fire and footsteps. Statues that had once stood above crowds now lay broken, their faces turned to sky, as if pleading for a final memory. The banners came next. Ottoman standards, green and gold, were raised above towers where crosses had once glinted. The transition was not loud. It was methodical, stone by stone, gate by gate. The people who remained watched from doorways, from rooftops, from shadows. They did not shout, they did not resist. They simply looked. A woman stood by a burned-out bathhouse, her hands empty. A boy sat where the water once flowed from the public fountain, now dry, now quiet. Mehmed had not yet entered the heart of the city. His troops prepared the way. Streets were cleared, bodies removed, walls inspected. The palace gates swung open without force. No trumpet sounded, no crown was lifted, but everything had changed. And the city, in all its broken beauty, watched it happen, powerless, eternal, and aware. Sultan Mehmed entered without fanfare. No trumpets, no thunder, just the sound of hooves on broken stone and the steady breath of soldiers parting before him. He passed beneath the shattered gate of St. Romanus, the breach his cannon had carved into the city's ancient wall. The streets were still smoky, some fires smouldered. Ash clung to marble like soot on memory, but the fighting had ended. Constantinople was quiet again, except now it was his. He didn't look side to side. He looked up, at the towers, at the windows, at the domes that still rose in solemn defiance. The city hadn't fallen with rage. It had surrendered in exhaustion. His commanders walked beside him, but none spoke. This was not their triumph. It was the fulfillment of his vision. Mehmed dismounted in the forum, not far from the old Roman milestone. His boots touched ground that had borne emperors, saints and shadows for over 1,000 years. He stood still in the center of what had been Rome's final breath. He did not raise his arms. He did not smile. He simply whispered, so only those nearest could hear. "It is mine now." Mehmed walked the final stretch on foot. From the forum to the doors of Hagia Sophia, he moved alone, his guards holding back. The streets had emptied, the looters were gone, the noise had receded. What remained was silence, and the city itself, bare, burned and watching. The cathedral loomed ahead. The doors stood open. Its great dome cast a long shadow, not in light but in memory. Crosses still crowned its spires. Candles still flickered within, and yet it felt already changed. Mehmed paused at the threshold. He removed his boots, not from ritual but from reverence. He stepped inside slowly, his footsteps echoing beneath the marble vaults and smoke-streaked mosaics. No guards, no priests, no resistance, only space. The air was thick with dust and memory. Light filtered through the dome in fractured shafts, as if the building itself were trying to remember its shape. He moved to the altar and stood there, not as a conqueror, but as a witness. He did not kneel. He did not speak. He simply stood. And in that stillness, something shifted. Not a desecration, not a triumph, a transformation. He did not call for its destruction. Mehmed stood beneath the dome of Hagia Sophia and gave no orders to strip its walls, no command to pull down its icons. Instead, he asked for silence. His architects entered first, not soldiers, not looters, and began their work with measured, almost sacred restraint. The altar was veiled, the relics removed, not scattered but preserved. The icons were covered with cloth, not broken. Latin inscriptions were translated into memory, not erased. The space was not emptied, it was prepared. A prayer rug was brought in. A niche was marked to face Mecca. One chandelier was rehung. A call to prayer was whispered in a far corner, not shouted, not yet. Outside, the soldiers waited. Some expected banners to be hung, horns to be blown, proclamations to be made, but none came. The building was not a trophy, it was a beginning. For Mehmed, this was not the end of a conquest. It was the rebirth of a city, reborn not through blood, but through repurposing. A cathedral had become a mosque. A sanctuary had changed shape, but not its silence. And in that act, the empire shifted, not with the crash of stone, but with the turning of direction. When Mehmed stepped outside again, he looked not triumphant, but calm. The looters had been pulled back. The streets around the cathedral had been cleared. Where smoke still rose, water was ordered. Where voices grew loud, they were hushed. Hagia Sophia had not been spared because of fear. It had been spared because of meaning. He walked the perimeter slowly, speaking to no one. His guards followed, but distantly. At one point he stopped and picked up a piece of shattered mosaic, a fragment no larger than a coin. He turned it once in his hand, then placed it carefully on a ledge before moving on. He was not an iconoclast. He was not a zealot. He was a student of empire, and he understood what must be preserved to legitimize what had been taken. The people watching from windows above did not see a conqueror desecrate their holy place. They saw him bow his head before it. In this act, he did not erase Byzantium, he absorbed it. Later that day, a quiet spread across the city, not the hush of fear, but the stillness of something ending. The Roman Empire, born in blood and marble over 1,000 years ago, had drawn its final breath. No edict was issued, no curtain was drawn, but everyone felt it. The world had tilted. An era had stepped off the edge. In the forums where emperors once addressed crowds, no voices echoed. The colonnades that had framed revolutions and weddings now watched over abandoned carts and broken fountains. Statues stood headless, not from vandalism, but from time itself deciding which faces would endure. No one buried the empire. There was no funeral. But grief hung in the air. It clung to the robes of scholars who now wandered without libraries, to the soot-stained hands of masons who once rebuilt walls with pride, to the fingertips of priests who had run out of words. A civilization had collapsed, not with one death, but with many. Not all at once, but all at the same time. And yet the earth did not crack, the seas did not rise, the sky remained still, because endings this large do not shout, they whisper. One man stood beneath the shattered archway of the imperial palace. He had once served as a clerk, his job to copy decrees onto parchment in perfect Greek script. Now he traced those same letters into dust, finger pressed to the floor where an emperor had walked. Around him, nothing stirred. He was not crying, he was remembering. Others did the same. A widow lit a candle at the crossroads where her husband had stood guard. A boy placed a broken coin into the sea. A merchant knelt beside his closed stall and whispered the names of streets that no longer had signs. There was no one left to gather them, to tell them what to do next. So they did what memory demanded. They remembered in silence, in fragments, in the spaces between everything that had once been whole. Far across the sea, in cities that had once called Constantinople their sister, the news would travel slowly, and when it arrived, it would be met not with war drums, but with quiet awe, because something ancient had ended. And when something that old ends, the world does not cheer. It listens. The name did not vanish overnight. People still whispered it, Constantinople, as they swept shattered tiles from their doorsteps, as they patched roofs scorched by fire, as they knelt for prayer in rooms that had once held statues. The syllables lingered like dust in corners, not gone, just less spoken. But even without declaration, a shift had begun. New guards stood at the gates, new flags stirred on the towers, new maps were inked with a name not yet fully formed but already rising. Istanbul, not a translation, not a replica, a transformation. Mehmed did not demand the old name be buried. He let it fade. He let the streets rename themselves. He let the people try the new word in their mouths until it became natural, until memory and future began to blur. Merchants returned first, then builders, then teachers. The city did not wait for perfection. It rose with imperfections intact. Its stones were still cracked, its wounds still open, but its heart had resumed beating. And in that quiet renewal, something remarkable happened. The city did not become less, it became different. It did not begin with a speech. There were no declarations shouted from the towers, no scrolls nailed to doors. The empire that now ruled Constantinople announced itself not with words, but with motion. Streets were cleared, waterways unblocked, markets swept clean of ash. Ottoman architects walked the city's grid with parchment and ink, sketching what would remain and what would be remade. A new bureaucracy began to unfold, quietly, with precision. Registers were opened, census takers dispatched, minarets were marked on blueprints, stipends were granted to former officials who pledged loyalty. Mehmed issued his first orders in the language of order, not conquest. The city did not resist, it adapted. Language changed in corners first, Turkish prayers whispered alongside Greek ones, merchants learning the new names for their wares, scribes shifting their calligraphy to match the script of empire. Some customs faded without protest, others endured. The bathhouses reopened, the shipyards rang again with the sound of hammer on hull. What had been destroyed was grieved, but not endlessly. The transition was not seamless, but it was real. And each morning, as the sun touched the domes and towers, the city looked less like a ruin and more like a capital again. The prayers changed, the streets did not. Calls to prayer now echoed from minarets that rose beside old bell towers. Arabic verses floated over the same stones that had once carried Latin hymns. The rhythm of the city shifted, but the road stayed the same. Shops reopened in the same stalls. Fishermen returned to the same harbours. Children played between the same columns that had watched over emperors. The names had changed, the rituals had changed, but the city itself, the breath and pattern of it, remained. Hagia Sophia, once a cathedral, now held the silence of a mosque. Shoes were removed at the entrance. The echo of footsteps carried differently across the marble, but the dome still held the sky, and the light still broke in the same angles. Some citizens converted, others did not. Some left, most stayed. The Ottomans, though conquerors, did not erase. They repainted, they renamed, but they did not flatten. The city had always been a meeting point, a bridge of faiths and flags. Now it became one again, not in peace, not in perfect harmony, but in continuation, because the streets remembered how to carry more than one kind of prayer, and the city remembered how to let both voices echo at once. The water did not change. The Bosphorus still shimmered beneath the morning sun, its surface rippling with the same quiet rhythm that had carried empires to their heights and watched them fall. The gulls still circled, the breeze still stirred the sails of anchored boats, the tide still lapped against the same stone docks where merchants once shouted in Latin, now whispering in Turkish. The city above was changed, its name different, its banners new. But the water knew better. It had seen it all. It had seen ships of war glide in with painted hulls and leave broken. It had seen pilgrims weep at the sight of Hagia Sophia's dome. It had seen emperors crowned and executed, saints buried, statues raised and toppled. And now it saw Mehmed rise before dawn, step to the edge of his new capital, and watch the light move across the strait like a soft promise. He did not speak, he simply looked. And in that silence, the city behind him breathed, tired, wounded, transformed, alive. This was not a city rebuilt. It was a city remembered. And as the first call to prayer rose above the rooftops, the Bosphorus carried it outward, over water still salted with memory, toward a world that had already begun to change. And so the city endured, not as it was, but as it became, not through conquest or resistance alone, but through memory that refused to vanish, through streets that remembered every step, through stones that bore every silence, through people, generation after generation, who learned to live among layers of time. Empires rise, empires fall, but some cities do not belong to any one name. They belong to the turning of the world. And when all the crowns have rusted, and the banners have faded, and the maps have changed again and again, the city will remain, waiting, breathing, becoming,